I call the February 21st meeting of the Planning Commission to order. Please note that we have a quorum. However, we are missing Commissioners Samick, Duho, and Ranit. So that's how it stands. The first thing on our agenda is to ask if anybody is here and would like to speak on items not on the agenda. They can fill out a slip, and if not, we will move on to the consent calendar. We have one item on the consent calendar, which is the Planning Commission minutes for the meeting of February 7. Do we have any comments or corrections, Commissioners?
I do have one comment on discussion item number 4, which was page, it's down in there, 4 or 5. It says, following the discussion, it was the consensus of the commission to recommend 2 bullet points to the city council. Those were correct, but I feel like the minutes left off one of the important points that was made at that meeting, which was that the commission recommends researching and potentially adopting safe and effective modern alternatives to the current story pole policy.
We can accept that as a modification. Staff, I was not present in this meeting, but I watched it all on tape. Do I need to abstain, or can we vote on this?
No, you can always participate in approving the minutes as to form.
Okay, good. So subject to that correction,
I move that we accept the minutes and the consent calendar.
I second.
all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 4-0. Our next application is for a study session for a property at 4898 El Camino Real. Thank you. So for the purposes of the audience who may be watching us both here and on television, let me say that a study session is one for which no action is taken. The commission accepts comments and we discuss it. The goal of the study session is to give the applicant direction so that when they come back with their completed application, they will hopefully reflect recognition of the comments that are coming from the community and from the commission. With that said, if you want to speak on this issue, I have a bunch of green slips. You need to give me one of these so I'll know to call your name. And other than that, I think I will turn this over to staff, who will no doubt have a report for us.
Good evening, Acting Chair Bresic and Commissioners. The project before you tonight is a study session item for an evaluation or for comments regarding a 5-story, 23-unit multifamily building. The project is located at the corner of El Camino Real and Jordan Avenue. My script isn't working, I'm sorry. Here we go, Ken.
Excuse me for interrupting. I have a paper here for someone who wants to speak on an item that's not on the agenda. Is Marianne Hawks still here? Did you want to speak on an item that was not on the agenda?
Sure.
I think I asked for that, but do come up now.
Ken, did I print those?
I think there's a lot.
There's a lot of it.
Well-
It's kind of related to the CT zoning and various developments along.
So then that's item on the agenda.
Is it on the agenda?
Or we have someone saying it's no.
Well, I have 3 requests to speak on CT zoning at 5150 El Camino Real, which is not an item on the agenda tonight.
Okay. So then,
So, thank you. I will let you and the other 2 people speak on it.
The recent years, I've done some volunteer work that's taken me down to Santa Clara.
Is that
to
microphone
Sunnyvale.
on? I'm not sure. I'm sorry to interrupt. There's no
Push the
red
button
light.
on the base.
Yeah, yeah.
That's it.
There we go.
Okay. I've done some volunteer work that's taken me to Sunnyvale and Santa Clara, and as I go into those neighborhoods, all of which are many multi-family units, some condos, but mostly apartments, one of the things that always is my great distress is the parking in those areas. If I go after 5 p.m. at night or if I go on weekends, there's no parking. And it's because of the lack of foresight and planning for the living facilities that are there for people. The residents who live there park on the streets. There is no parking. There's not sufficient. And at times I have resorted to going to a business 5 or 6 blocks away, asking the business if I buy a package of gum or some flowers, if they would mind if I left my car in their parking lot so that I can walk into a residential area. I would ask as the developments come up in the CT zoning, not a new argument, I'm sure, please will you consider how to require those developments to be responsible for their own parking, accommodate all of their residents and all of their visitors, even if the state allows a half a car per apartment or whatever. Please take that into consideration because it's such a pain when there isn't parking available to you. The other thing is when our girls were little, we would take them for a walk on Friday night. We'd go down El Camino and we would go find a restaurant or some place to eat or an ice cream or whatever. And I'm watching the commercial disappear from the thoroughfare. As the new developments come up, we're just building all residential buildings. There is no commercial. It kind of started there in our neighborhood, at least, with the 5100, a little Chinese restaurant and a little jewelry shop that had been there for generations, several decades for a family, is gone. And it was replaced with a multi-family unit. I learned this week that 745 Distal Drive, which is directly behind my home, is now on the docket for consideration, not on your agenda yet, but I'm sure I'll be here in a few weeks talking about zoning changes from an OA zone to a residential zone and how to make a multi-story family unit go in behind us. I'm not an expert on family planning, but I know that diversity among people is a good thing and diversity among developments is a really good thing. It enriches our quality of life, and it's a benefit to a city to have some office space where you can have a therapist's office or a meditation center or an insurance office. It's a benefit to a city and adds to the vibrancy of the city if you've got a restaurant or an ice cream shop. Please take those things into consideration as you consider these new developments. Thank you.
Pierre Bedard.
Good evening and thank you. I'm also a resident of Casita Way. I know many of you, and I really came up here to make what my druthers would be, given that we are going to be, El Camino is going to be developed, no doubt. And I just want to make sure that we don't do it in a piece part way, that we think of it holistically. For instance, the 500-foot notification, which is by law, is great in a residence, but in an urban area, I'm going to see the new Distal development right out our kitchen window, but I'm not 500 feet away, so somehow that doesn't impact me. It impacts everybody. Parking is a huge issue. CT zoning and having mixed use is a huge issue. My wife and I plan to retire here. I've been here since 1999. This is my second home, made it here, love it, love Los Altos, and I want to stay here. But I want to have, I'd love to see the Planning Commission and the City Council look at the El Camino corridor with as much care as it seems we're looking at downtown. We're in a situation ourselves where we have R1 residences with 3 stories behind them and 5 right behind them right on R1. There's no layering so that it would go into a duplex. There's some attempted layering, but that is sort of it's an attempted layering. And finally, the parking requirements are huge. I must commend 4898 on nailing the parking. But 5150 is desultory. With 1.2, parking units per unit, it's not going to work. We already have people staging parking on Casita. I mean, I've got a great picture of a backhoe I'd love to show you that's been there throughout the entire water project. Great backhoe, fantastic piece of equipment. But you know what? If I wanted to stare at a backhoe, I'd buy one and park it on the street myself. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Can I ask one question on that? So, excuse me, sir.
Sure.
You said water project?
Yeah, oh, yeah, we just, the water project just got done all the way down Casita. our
Oh,
area.
okay.
Yeah, it's actually,
okay.
they did
So
a,
that's, okay, it's
Great.
not, it's to do with city maintenance.
oh, okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Nelson G. is my last speaker on this, not on the agenda.
Hi, I do have some data I wanted to share too, so give me a moment here.
Okay. And you want to give one to staff if you have it?
Yeah, sure. So I'm going to build upon what Mary Ann, my neighbor, and Pierre have to say. I live on Casita Way as well. As Pierre mentioned, the ratio of parking spots to unit for 5150 is 1.2, and it's inadequate. I mean, if you look at the data, the ones I've highlighted, basically the only place nearby where a ratio of 1.2 makes sense would be San Francisco. All the peninsula cities have ratios of cars to household of almost nearly 2 to 1. So what that means then is that people are going to park on El Camino, but El Camino you can't park for an extended period of time. That means a spillage into the rest of the residential neighborhood. I think one of the assumptions is that mass transit will essentially be attractive enough for people to essentially have fewer vehicles. The last 2 pages of that handout are data extracted from VTA. And as you'll see on the 3rd page, ridership along El Camino Real has declined with the peak occurring around 2008. And VTA loses money on those routes on 22 and 522. That's shown on the 4th page. They already offer a frequency of like every 10, 15 minutes during rush hour. There's very little they can do to probably encourage greater ridership at this point without losing more money. And my 3rd point is that in terms of the traffic and parking studies that I know that you would want with each development, I would encourage you to look at it from a comprehensive CT zone perspective. In other words, we have a number of projects going on. Let's take a look at what the cumulative effect is on the residents as opposed to looking at each one individually. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. G. Now, there's no one else in the audience who needs to speak on something that's not on the agenda. In that case, I'll go back to Sean and ask him to please start with the report.
Thank you. The proposed project is a 5-story multifamily residential building with 23 condominium units and 2 levels of underground parking. The project will be seeking a 35% density bonus and development incentives to allow for increased height and reduced front yard setback in exchange for providing 4 affordable units, which are 2 moderate and 2 very low income. This is, as you're aware, a pre-application study session, and the goal for the commission is to provide feedback to the applicant and staff on the proposed architectural design and site planning for the proposed multifamily building. The project is located at the corner of El Camino Real and Jordan Avenue. On the screen above and provided to each of you on the dais is an example of the site location from an aerial photograph. The surrounding uses include a restaurant use, fast food, and a 2-story multifamily residential use to the west across Jordan Avenue. Commercial retail uses to the east of the site, multifamily 2-story townhouses along the rear or south of the site, separated by a parking lot and a driveway. Public right-of-way, which is El Camino Real, to the north of the site. The existing site is comprised of a 2-story commercial building that contains retail, personal service, and office uses. and surface parking along the front and rear of the property. The surrounding general plan designations include commercial thoroughfare along El Camino Real. In addition, multifamily R3.1.8 located across Jordan Avenue and directly behind the property, and single family further directly behind the property. The project, again, is a 5-story building. The project design is oriented to the corner of El Camino Real and Jordan Avenue. The building's primary entry has been located to provide pedestrian access from either Jordan Avenue or El Camino Real directly at the corner. The project proposes vehicular access for the project from Jordan Avenue. The driveway amp will provide access to the 2-level parking garage. The underground parking consists of the approximately 32,000 square feet, provides 55 parking spaces, bicycle storage, trash enclosures, mechanical rooms, and vertical circulation. A total of 55 parking spaces are provided, and of that, 46 are for resident parking and 9 for guests. The building was designed in a more modern design and features a variety of exterior finishes, including a smooth stucco finish, equitone siding accents, and lower-level railings, glass railings at the upper level, architectural metal panels, and stone accents. The applicant does have examples of materials with him, which we'll provide to you during their discussion. Since this is a preliminary review, the Commission staff believes should focus on the architectural and site design aspects. The Commission should weigh in on the following policy questions. Is the building mass well articulated to relate to human scale, both horizontally and vertically, as well as to the surrounding buildings to the side, rear, and across Jordan Avenue? Are the proposed exterior materials and finishes integral to the project's architectural design, and do they convey a sense of quality, integrity, permanence, and durability? Does the building have an appropriate mass and scale for a prominent corner, the prominent corner of the building along El Camino Real? And does the building have an appropriate relationship and transition to the 2-story townhouses directly behind or immediately behind, although separated by a driveway and parking lot? And the 2-story buildings, apartments southwest along Jordan Avenue. A list of the design review findings and zoning design review controls for the commercial thoroughfare district are included in the staff report to guide your discussion. This concludes staff's presentation unless there are any questions.
Questions for staff? Okay. A few words from the applicant. You have 10 minutes? Zach?
Yeah. Up to 10 minutes. Hi, my name is Samir Cham, the applicant of this project at 4098, and we have Ralph here, our architect. I just wanted to take maybe a minute or two and kind of give you a little bit of an idea of what we're thinking of designing this project. As you know, we had a previous project where higher density was requested, and based on the conditions of the new city council and the direction that we received, we decided to go with a fully compliant project with a 35% density and all on-menu options. We could not agree more with actually the residents on the parking situation. We believe that every single building that is proposed should be fully parked. And then I think that, yes, we need housing, but as an example here, we are overparked. And we plan to do so, and we believe also that other buildings like 5150 should be parked and they have solutions. We are interested to actually move forward with a fully compliant building and just ensure that we are satisfying the needs of the city and the residents with the requirements that we have to meet. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ralph Strauss with SDG Architects. Although staff gave a description of the building, I'm going to run through it and try to hit some highlights regarding the building as well. I'll put this here just one moment. Images on the screen, of course. I'll just discuss the architectural highlights. Is that correct? Okay. Orientation and site location has already been discussed. I would just like to point out that the The structures behind the building are approximately 90 feet away, just due to a setback of 30 feet on our property, and then setback and other items, separating the structures. Look at the floor plan. I'm sorry, this is a pointer as well.
It wouldn't work with the
Oh,
screen.
okay, sorry. I'll just discuss. So Jordan Avenue to the top, El Camino to the right, orientation of the building is to create the entry at the corner and create a plaza at the corner of the intersection, and to move the vehicular access away from El Camino Real and bring it off of Jordan. At the rear of the building, we have an outdoor open space area for play area. There are balconies and patios oriented to each side of the Jordan side and to the opposing side. And the massing and shape of the building is all about providing articulation and undulation across both facades, El Camino and Jordan. We've got substantial setbacks to each side, and we have a lot of, although we're designating the average setbacks, we've got a lot of variation in setback distance that you can see to both roadways. We'll show you the different floors as we go up. In the corner again at Jordan and El Camino, there's a two-story lobby, and the entry is notched in substantially. Also on the ground floor then we have the family room, a gathering space at the towards the rear of the property, and that is directly adjacent to the open space at the rear. In addition, there's much more open space on the roof of the building as well. This is supplemental open space, and in total we have about 4 times the required amount of open space with many amenities included. On the ground floor, there are 4 living units, and one of those is a moderate BMR unit. Go to the second floor, and again, the 2-story lobby facing outward, large balconies on every unit, and the yellow units that we were showing are the BMR units. Get up to the 3rd floor, you can see that the stepping in is occurring, and you'll see this on the elevations in just a moment, but the stair towers also become key components to the elevation of the building. And the one that is further down Jordan is deeply recessed to help us articulate the building and break the mass of the building on that side. Again, BMRs are in yellow. 5th floor, stepped in, notched in on the El Camino side with large balconies as well, and that is to provide additional relief at the 5th floor level. Then get up to the roof deck. We've got a pretty substantial solar zone up there. That's on the left of that roof plan, and then a wonderful roof deck with gathering areas and outdoor living spaces. The 2 levels of parking, as you've heard already, we exceed the parking requirements. In addition, we've got the storage spaces and the bicycle spaces and the other important components. Elevation-wise, I have some material samples here on the table. The red-colored components on the elevation, which we are using to articulate the vertical stair tower components, is a metal panel. And we have it in red, although also for discussion, I've got other colors as well if anybody wants to talk about colors or see other alternatives. And then the tan is the cementitious panel, Equitone, and it would get up there and have joints between and be a nice articulated panel, and that's being applied to the horizontal components, the balcony components that you see projecting forward from the balance of the building. So the mass of the building is all about the corner condition, facing to that intersection, stepping the building back from there, accenting with both the vertical and the horizontal articulation, balconies on both sides, actually all sides, to create shadow relief accented by the material differences and the color changes in the materials. Glass railings throughout and up at the roof deck area. And then on the Jordan At the base of the building, on a few different elevations, we've got a stone accent as well for another material change. This is showing it in perspective, so you can see both the vertical and the horizontal components. Probably, we've got the nice corner vertical component and the stepping back from the roadway. And then if you notice off to the right side, there's a very deep recess where that second stair tower is, and that will break the Jordan Avenue elevation into smaller massing elements. The red is the accent panels, again, and the light beige is this Equitone. And then plaster, articulated glass patterns, and the glass railings, and some nice cantilevered overhangs. Landscape plans really just reinforce what I mentioned before, and that is the setbacks at both El Camino and Jordan, accentuated with landscaping components. You can see some at the rear in the open space area. There's an easement in that area that we're maintaining to the neighbor, even though they don't utilize it currently, but we need to maintain that. It'll be used to add to the open space and use of that area with paving pattern. And then the roof deck at the upper level showing the various gathering spaces. That's a quick run-through of what we've done architecturally. Murtaza, do you have anything else you would like to add? Okay. Then I have the samples here if you'd like to look at them. And
Questions for the applicant? I have questions also, so. You're on.
So I just wanted to clarify the materials as you'd noted. So the metal panel for the red is easy to identify, the vertical stair towers. The Equitone is the cantilevered pieces that are the sort of C shape.
Yeah.
Almost a little rose color in the elevation.
yeah,
Yep.
Equitone is here. Anything that has the score lines on it.
Okay. And then the material, like the tan color that you see that's butting up to the red panels, what material is that?
It's plaster, exterior plaster.
Okay. And the remaining parts of the building are all that kind of plaster
are,
or
yes.
stucco material?
Yeah.
The lighter beige as well? Okay.
No?
Actually, sorry.
Mayor's, go ahead.
Quick question. This might be a minor question, but for you have on the upper level of the garage, you have the trash room. Is the idea that the garbage truck would park and then the bins would be traveled up the driveway and then back down?
I can answer that. So we're going to have a staging area for the trash where the easement is right now. We're going to name that as a loading area. We have a little truck that is going to take them up the ramp and then just drop them on the staging area, which is in a 20-foot easement in the rear
okay.
side of the property.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Actually, I have two questions, and one of them has to do with the staging area. So when we look at the landscape plan, the area that's called open space on the first floor plan has the greenery, and then behind it is a big paved area that you call staging.
Yes.
And that's only going to be used for, how else do you foresee that being used?
Talking about this area right here?
Yeah. Well, the back part of it, because the front is clearly where the upper part is clearly where the trucks are. But the area that's about 15 feet wide and maybe 20 feet long,
This is 20 feet right here,
yeah.
and it's by almost 100 feet long.
Okay,
This
so
whole
the
strip.
section at the bottom third of it
This one?
that has little squares on drawing A4.
So this area needs to be maintained as a egress access easement
For the fire
for
department?
for the 4906 property next door.
Got it. Okay.
And we cannot disturb it. I mean, literally, they can, obviously, here it's a building, so they're not
That's
using
not going
it.
anywhere.
They run into a wall, so it's no access, but we will maintain it the way it is. And the only thing we're going to have our garbage staging area in this area, and that's
Yes.
it.
Okay. And the other thing I wanted to ask about is on everything above the first floor, there are these decks whose area is 107 square feet.
Okay.
How deep are they?
I don't have a scale with me, but these are the decks that you're seeing on the exterior, and
They look to me about 3 feet deep, that's why I'm asking.
they'll be deeper.
They're full length, but they look incredibly shallow. If I'm judging it by the closet dimension, which I assume is 2 feet, they can't be more than 2 or 3 feet maximum.
I'll find that answer for you.
Okay.
Actually, I did come up with a question.
Oh,
When you-
go right
when you're
ahead,
done.
Sally.
Are you
I'm
done?
those,
Okay.
yes, I asked about that. Oh, well, that's
No,
the
go ahead.
discussion. Go ahead, no,
Okay.
it can wait.
Okay, and I'm not sure if my question is for you, as the architect, or staff maybe, but I'm looking at the letter that you as the applicant submitted, and you talk about proposed building configuration being 21 two-bedroom, two-bath units, and 2 4-bedroom, 3.5-bathroom units. But when I looked at the plans, it looked like they were all basically 3-bedroom units. So which is I assume the plans are more correct than your letter?
So it is 3 bedrooms. It's an error in the letter.
Okay.
It's an error in the letter, okay.
2 4-bedroom.
Well, we have 2 4-bedroom units on the 5th floor facing 4906.
Right, but you had said that 21 of the units would be 2-bedroom, 2 baths, but those
Yeah.
are actually
They're 3
It's a
3-bedroom.
3-bedroom.
Okay, because I was looking and I didn't see 2 bedrooms anywhere.
Typo.
Okay, thank you.
I think that constitutes all the questions. You can get off the hot seat now,
Excellent, thank you very much.
and we'll have more for you later, I'm sure. I have 4 requests to speak, and the first one is Ed Lee, followed by Fan Tuong.
Hi, I'm one of the partners at 4906 building, which is adjacent to 4898. And earlier on, a few months ago, we had a discussion with the owner about the easement. We have easement claim on their property, and they had asked us to give up on the claim, which we refused. So they have made it clear that if they should develop anything on the property, that they will keep the easement free. So I was listening to the architect about the plans for easement, and so far, I think they have decided to, leave it alone. But we would like to know exactly what is going to be built on the easement, because we do need that for egress and ingress in the future if we should develop our property.
So, Mr. Lee, what you're saying is the area we were just talking about, that
Yes.
space,
Yes.
has nothing on it in your where you have claim. At this point, they're doing no development there.
Correct. But we do like to have more details about what they're going to be put on that easement, whether it's a walkway.
Oh, whether it's paving or-
paved,
I see.
it's cobblestone. because not only do we allow foot traffic, but we also want to allow cars next time.
Okay, thank
So
you.
that's one thing. The other thing is, if we should develop our property next door, I think some of the views will be blocked.
Mr. Lee, you
from your
really need to
building.
talk to us.
What?
Need to talk to us.
Oh, okay,
on
I'm sorry.
something.
So basically,
You're
that would be
concerned about
something
views being
from their
blocked.
property. Should we develop our property, to the level of their property?
Well, this is one of the issues that happens on the El Camino thoroughfare, so it's a good point.
Anyway, that's all I have.
Thank you. Fan Trong, who will be followed by Eric Steinley. Do you have one of these for staff?
Yeah.
Do you have one of these? You got it, thank you.
I just want to say this is the 4 projects have been submitted in for building the poor resident developer. So I just want to know what happened to El Camino Real. Look like it's all resident area. It's not more business, vibrant business like usually El Camino Real is supposed to be. So when you consider the plan submit, you should consider what we will see in El Camino Real in the future. So please try to get El Camino Real to be mixed use. So we can have walking around, we can see stores, and we can shop around instead of just all resident, the whole section. The second thing is I give you the picture. That is the picture of 488, a building already built right now. And I took that picture in the back of 2-story apartment. Look at their back, okay? So when you see how that invasion privacy of those people in apartment, their bedroom window is right there where I stand. So when you think about it, try to get some kind of window or the whatever they try to do so they cannot look directly down to the people where their bedroom and their backyard is. So make it whatever the window smaller or whatever the panel outside a little high or something. So try to prevent to look down more on the people's backyard or bedroom window. So that is.
Thank
you very much.
Good evening. My name is Eric Steinley. I live at 4833 El Camino Real, which is the Peninsula Real Los Altos, which is the corner of El Camino and Los Altos Avenue. And there's a group of us here that have started to style ourselves as the North Los Altos El Camino group. We have a password and a secret handshake. And we are particularly interested in the developments along El Camino in the area from, it's a little vague at this point, let's say distal down to Los Altos Avenue. Probably it's a bit bigger than that, but something along those lines. And what is happening there and the impact on the residential areas up behind going up towards downtown. And we now have basically 4 structures between 4898 and 4856, 48 in there, that are all pretty much the same. They're all 5-story buildings. They're all purely residential. We just heard that maybe 4906 is going to join the parade. Who knows? And so thinking of that, I went to the retreat of the City Council a few weeks ago and made a challenge to them. I'm going to make the same challenge to you, which is to think of El Camino the way we think of downtown. We need a vision. As we have a downtown vision, we need an El Camino vision, one that looks to the entire area, not a specific development. And that vision would include mixed use, obviously, as you have heard. I want to join in the chorus of that. This would include not only commercial and residential, but in the residential, perhaps more affordable residential. And I don't mean just BMR units. I mean perhaps more smaller units within a building as basically starter homes, something that Los Altos doesn't have too many of. The context will be everything around. If you want another pile of shoeboxes, we can do another pile of shoeboxes. But maybe we should have something that has some charm, which is one of the things Los Altos is supposed to have. And we could think about El Camino as a place where there could be some charm. It is the entrance, after all, to Los Altos for many people. Since I live on one of those entrances, it's actually marked, it says Los Altos over on the corner. That makes me think of this, that we have to think of El Camino as the way into the city. You have to know you're leaving Mountain View. And I want you to challenge you, as I'm going to challenge the council, and I would like to challenge the developers who come here as well, to think of it that way. It's not just a building that's going up, it's part of a neighborhood, part of a place, part of the gateway to Los Altos. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Fred. sorry, I'm not even going to mangle your name. You should say your name for me.
Halbensack. It's a mouthful, I understand. Thank you for your time. Fred Halbensack, I live at 29 Los Altos Square. The residents here are pretty much all in support of these initiatives that we're describing. I want to just bring up one thing, following Eric's really well-spoken challenge. As you've heard already, the latest 5 developments on El Camino are all 5-story pure residential, and I could read off the addresses. But and I was wondering why that was, and I looked into the code, and I know you guys have this stuff memorized, I'm sure, but I wanted to educate myself about the CT zone itself and the code, what it says. So mixed use and residential are conditional uses, we know that. And so I was curious, what does the conditional piece mean? And I looked up, and it says, a couple of things, and under the conditional use, 2 important things. It says, because of their unusual characteristics, these developments shall be given special consideration to the end that they be located properly with respect to the objectives and with respect to the effects upon surrounding properties. Okay, that's pretty reasonable. The second thing it says is the specific conditions under which each use is permitted shall be considered in the light of 2 things. You have 2 things to consider if you read this literally, and I hope you can read it the same way as me. General public interest, okay, and the interests of persons residing or working in the vicinity of the use. That's these people here. Nobody's disputing. I mean, we represent the residents. We really represent, we believe, the consensus. And then further, it goes on to say, what are the actions that the commission and the council need to take and your responsibilities. And item C under code 148060, item C says that the proposed location of the conditional use under the circumstances of the particular case will not be detrimental to the health and safety, okay, that's a high bar, comfort, convenience, prosperity, or welfare of persons residing or working in the vicinity of the property. That's pretty well said. That's pretty simple to understand. And I'm here to tell you that I think I can represent how people feel, that when you replace the building that's there now, there's 7 vibrant businesses that have been there. I've got the names for you. And they've been there for years, so they're not unhealthy businesses. You're taking away an element of walkability in our neighborhood. That's got 2 things that are important to me. One, I like to walk, and I like those businesses, and that's a benefit to me. And the second thing is my property value will go down. I think you guys know this. You're the experts. Walkability is one of those elements of housing that people value, and we want to see that. So I went and I looked at the actual application of that's been presented here, and it's right here. It doesn't ask for a use permit, so already we were starting off in the wrong place. And in the report, I didn't see anything in the staff report, unfortunately, that talked about the use permit and how we're going to do that. So I would strongly suggest that be part of the next review, that we have that use permit and adequate justification. Thank you.
Thank you. So staff, am I correct that we're not discussing conditional use permit because this is a study session?
Correct. The applicant is here merely to obtain direction from the commission regarding the architecture of the building and the architectural siding of the building. Once they have a formal application, at that time they would submit a commercial design review application with a conditional use permit application, and it would also include a land division application.
Okay, thank you. I have no more requests to speak, so I'm going to close the public hearing, and reminding us of what Shauna just said, this particular study session is to give the applicant direction as to what the building looks like. A lot of the things they're talking about are what it looks like. But we have heard you say it's not only what it looks like, but what it does to the neighborhood. So, thank you. Who would like to go first?
I can go.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. So, I have a few things to say. First off, in terms of the program, I think the 23 units, I don't mind the amount of units. I don't mind the bonuses or the incentives. However, in the letter, it mentioned that you were going to accommodate a mix of buyers, including downsizing seniors, millennials, families, and multi-generational families. But all the units are 3 bedrooms or 4 bedrooms. So I would argue that I don't think it's accommodating a mix of buyers. So I think if you're going to make a statement like that, I think you should include 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms. I definitely think there should be a better mix if you're going to make that statement. So the comment I had about the trash room, I just think that the way you explained it seems kind of confusing. I just think that if you look at A4, the first floor plan, you have a family room right there, which I believe if you had moved the trash to that area, then the garbage truck could basically just park there and just grab the trash from that room. So I just think that it would be more efficient to have that there instead of having the system that you explained. Which brings up the family room. I don't really see the advantage of having a family room. I think that you mentioned AV functions and a kitchen, but I don't really think that it's necessary for this type of development. In terms of materials and height, I think at first glance, to me, it looked more office building than residential building. I think that the windows on the stair tower and the glass railings on Jordan Avenue just give it more of a commercial feel. I think that it might be helpful to include different materials, maybe wood paneling or metal railings on the balconies instead of glass railings. The stair tower and the elevator tower being a very distinct red, I think is a little distracting aesthetically. So I think if you're going to have this really tall element, I think it would probably work better to break it at a certain point. That would just be my suggestion for that. And then on the roof plan, you have both stair towers and the elevator tower that are going up. I think you could just do one of the stair towers and the elevator tower. I don't think you need all 3, just because in terms of the elevation, it looks odd having 3 things pop up. And then finally, I don't know if we're supposed to mention this, but in terms of the commercial, in the letter, you mentioned that there's little need for commercial services in the area, so I'm not sure how accurate that is. I think that you could maybe argue that there's not a dire need for a retail or a service space, but I definitely think that private office space or small medical spaces, those are really important. And I think on a building like this, which is right on El Camino, I think that this is the type of project that would benefit from small commercial spaces. And then, the reason I'm bringing this up is when you look at the units that you have, which are mostly bigger than the average size unit, and then you take into account the family room, which I don't think is a necessary space. I just think that looking at the plan on the ground level, I think it's possible to still have the 23 units that you're asking for and still make some commercial space that are facing El Camino that have their own entrance, and it wouldn't affect the parking requirement because they would be small office spaces. So I just think that there is a way to combine what you want and also maybe include something that would benefit the development as a whole. So, yeah, those are all my comments. Thank you.
Let me briefly go through the requests from staff in terms of general guidance. So we have 2 clusters of them. One is the building mass well articulated to relate to human scale, both horizontally and vertically, as well as relating to the surrounding buildings? I'm on page 4 of the staff report.
Okay.
Are the proposed exterior materials and finishes of the quality we want to see? Does it have appropriate mass and scale for a prominent corner property? And does it have an appropriate relationship and transition to the 2-story townhouses and the 2-story apartments that are its nearest residential neighbors?
Sure. Yeah, so like I mentioned, I think the mass and the overall scale, I don't have an issue with that. In terms of the materials, I do think that softening some of the materials would be beneficial for the project, and kind of making it less commercial and more of the feel of a residential project. And then, then the relationship I think is fine as well, because I do appreciate the rear of the site being kind of offset from the rear property.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Sally.
Those were some great points, by the way.
Thank you.
So I agreed with everything you said. Now, to add a few things. Well, I kind of thought it was nondescript. There's a lot of stucco and large, stucco surfaces with potentially low variable color differences. Again, you can work on that. But and then I really didn't know what this metal was, so thank you for bringing a sample of that. Not being an architect, but being a layperson and looking at that little thin veneer of metal, I'd be very concerned about the quality and its ability to withstand the elements over time. Maybe it does. I was relieved to see it's not those iridescent panelings on San Antonio.
But it's the same material.
But
just
is
a
it the
different
same
finish.
material, just not the finish? Okay, well then. So, one thing I think that we like to see in Los Altos, and because you've brought other projects forward, is more natural materials. I'm really missing, there's just this little thin hem of stone down there. But it really, stone, wood, as was mentioned, a more impressive weathered steel or something in terms of metal. So to me, I was kind of uncomfortable with what I was seeing. Then in terms of the front door, I think you're at least starting to go in the right direction, the corner, but it didn't really feel that it announced itself to me. So I guess there's a door there, but it seems to be blending in with the other glass surfaces. It was oriented towards Jordan and not El Camino, but it's an El Camino address. So to me, there was still work that had to be done around that entrance to be welcoming from both Jordan and El Camino, have the door announce itself as not being a window and being an entry. So I really felt, especially since you talk about that as being a focal point and an important part of it, that there probably needed to be some work done there. And then talking about the rear and the left elevation, specifically, those were particularly nondescript because there was no accenting going on at all. So I think that probably needs sprucing up. And again, keeping in mind that the left elevation will likely have some building. How do you accommodate that with the balcony? Maybe not everything's glass, et cetera, et cetera. So I think some thought probably needs to go in with that. I do think that this made good use of the easement in the back and those redwood trees. I would baby them, give them chocolate candy if they want. Those are very important to the screening, to the townhomes behind there. I'm not an arborist. They looked okay, though maybe a little peaked. So, do whatever you can, particularly in the construction, but this will be in the final application, to make sure those trees are protected because they give better screening than, for example, at 4880. Some of those trees are maybe not dead. They might be deciduous. At least the redwoods are evergreen. So I think those are important. I like that your BMRs are spread through the different floors. They're not all clustered around the trash can or something. So they're in a sort of equitable placement. I would echo potentially putting more variety of sizes of units in there. I like that the traffic entry to get to the garage and for the trash is on Jordan, though I could imagine maybe that some residents might not like that, but I think it helps really minimize disruption on El Camino, which helps everybody in the long run. I do want to make one comment about mixed use, even though that's not really what we're talking about tonight, though I appreciate the feedback. I think it's actually, when you're looking at mixed use and having retail below, it's getting harder to fill those spaces, though maybe we'll ricochet back. Coupa Cafe took how many years before the Colonnade filled that empty retail space? It was a while. So it's a mixed bag. I know people would frequent it, but whether actually you get tenants in that type of space remains to be seen. So that's something that we should look at, but I don't think it's just necessarily, you don't want a vacant space under those areas either. So it is something that needs to be further examined. So I think that is my general feedback. And in regards to your specific questions.
I'm on page 4, and I've highlighted them so we can sort of
Yes.
focus our energy on those.
Right. And so I think there's articulation there, but and the mass is probably well handled. But again, the use of the materials will really help. With more natural materials will help with that a lot more. And so I think there's room there, which might actually relate more to the second bullet point, I guess, than the mass itself. I do think that for a corner, it's getting close to being appropriate. Again, I would work that entryway to really speak to commanding the corner. And I do think that the transition to the two-story townhomes is probably as good as one could hope for.
Okay. Kim?
So I would concur.
Oh, push button.
Yeah, I concur with fellow commissioners as far as the feedback that you've given so far, and I can go into further detail. As far as the massing being well articulated and to human scale, I do get a sense of a more office or commercial space when I look at the building, and I think part of that has to do with the fenestration at the corner, the glass panels, and the scale of those being two-story. I'm wondering if there might be an opportunity there at the corner to bring the human scale down a little further to be appropriate. Proximity to the two-story townhomes on the rear, I think this particular property is rather fortunate, and there's the parking area, the thoroughfare, and then this easement area. So it does allow, that space does allow, I think, for the height of this building to be appropriate as it's on the El Camino corridor. So I don't take issue with that. The articulation, I would reference more, I guess, like more exploration of the materials. I do like the idea of something warmer, and a deeper, rich wood color might be really nice with the red. I like the red tower personally, but I think you need other materials that would contrast rather than just the neutral palette completely. That's my preference there. And there is an awful lot of plaster material, so giving some variety there, maybe even to the individual towers, so to speak, or sections of the building as you see it. What else? I feel it's an appropriate mass for the prominent corner. I think the ease of access is good there. I would be open to some mixed use as well. Bringing up Coupa Cafe, I know it took a while for it to be rented, but it's very busy. Every time I go, it's full of customers. So
There's a 2% vacancy rate in CT zone. 2% vacancy rate, just the data. Sorry,
good to know. And then, does the building have appropriate relationship and transition to the two-story townhomes? I already answered that question. So. That's all I have.
Right. So I really am glad that Mayers is here, because I was hoping Duho would be here too, but there we are. So I looked at the building and I thought, it's very commercial looking. And then I tried to figure out why. And I realized that there's a lot of verticality. And particularly on the ground floor, it's very much not in human scale. It's really monumental. And I think that gets back to what Kimberly had pointed out, which is, and Sally too, that when we look at residential buildings on El Camino Real, of which we have several further down, they are not as big as this, but they are much more residential in feeling. And part of it is the shape of the fenestration, which Kim pointed out. It's the more horizontal in its feeling and its choice of materials. Color is very personal. I will simply accept, as the architect pointed out, that red is a placeholder at this point. We shouldn't even bother discussing it because City Council will no doubt have their own personal taste on color. But if what it's being used for is to differentiate a volume, I think one of the successful things in this design is the breaking up of the mass, because it is a very big building. I agree with everything that everybody else has said, but I'm reiterating what Meru said, which is if you don't need 3 towers, let's not do that, because it's a very big building. The last thing you should be doing is emphasizing it with vertical elements. I particularly asked about the balconies, the decks, because I believe they're 2 feet deep. And there is a interesting study that was done by Chris Alexander in the 60s called Pattern Language, which has to do with residential architecture, where a balcony or deck that's less than 6 feet in depth is totally useless. And in this case, it's exacerbated in the back because there are glass railings that overlook a neighborhood. This property has a tremendous advantage by having that egress, what is the word I'm thinking of? Easement, begins with a letter E. The easement in the back, because it provides a buffer that a lot of the developments along El Camino don't have. This one has that, and I think it should profit from that by thinking about someone sitting on the balcony. Do they really need glass down to their feet? Because they are going to be overlooking the upper stories of the neighborhood, which is very thoroughly developed and residential and low and residential in character. So I'm very concerned about the privacy. I love the use of composition panels. I think they should be used more. But I have a lot of trouble with the actual look of this building. Too vertical, and when it's broken up by the large Cs, the fenestration I find unattractive, which is not good or bad. It's I find them unattractive. As for the trash room, the gathering space, the meeting room I would call it, I wouldn't call it the family room, I think that it could probably be reconfigured so there's an access for the trash that's narrow where the blank wall is against the garage, and you could still have some glass facing the back if you wanted to have a party room. And I think it's not a bad idea when you think of this as a group of people living together. They may very well want to have 16 people in for some party, and it'd be nice to have that space to do it. But I really take up with Mehrous the concept of affordability by size, where if it's going to be affordable and it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, it's not going to be affordable. And one of the more successful, albeit not architecturally successful buildings in town is one that had a whole lot of very small units, because what it meant is that the teachers who lived in the area and the professional firefighters and the police could afford to buy them because they were affordable by design. They were smaller. And there's a philosophy here that these would be really generous, and I appreciate that. But the bulk of the housing in Los Altos is single family, and it's 3-bedroom, 2-bath typically. We need more of a different kind. And I think if the units were smaller, then you would be able to put in perhaps office as opposed to retail, because we're having a terrible time. There may be a 2% vacancy rate in this part of the CT, but in town it's really hard to get pure retail. And so maybe office could survive better. I'm not in that business, but it's a tough problem because at this moment, residential is what sells. It's where the money is, and people follow the money. So if I was looking at, is the building mass well articulated? It is, but it's done in a very commercial style as opposed to residential scale, and that has to do with shape and placement of windows and a lot of vertical elements. Proposed exterior materials, I like the mix, but I think the proportion of stucco to everything else is excessive, and I'm concerned if there isn't enough to put the stone on, you're just putting it on as a sop because we like it, don't do it. Give us something better, or break it up with more of something else. Be careful of your glass balconies because even though there's a distance, there's a privacy issue. These are buildings that are contiguous with the residents, and they didn't in their life expect that See's Candy was going to turn into something else, and it may not yet, but this is a big unpleasant surprise for most of them. I have a funny little question about the interior space that in the large-scale plans is the den study, which has no natural light, and in one case is less than 7 feet wide, so I don't think it counts as a habitable space on the building code. So you might want to make it at 6'10", might need to be a little bigger in order to be legal, or you should call it storage because it has ventilation, but it has no natural light. And my fear is that it will be used as a bedroom, albeit illegally. So I have some concern, but that's what happens when you have a double-loaded corridor in a building that's not narrow. Does it have appropriate mass and scale for prominent corner property? I think the corner can be improved. It can be human scale, and it can be much more effective, though I like the way it sits on the corner. Architecturally, it doesn't do enough for me. And the transition, I think, as Kim pointed out, they lucked out on this one. They've got a good buffer, and normally I'd say water the redwoods, but this year they didn't have to water them. I think they've gotten as much water as they need, so it's just a question of babying them when things are working out. So this is a tough one because we've given you a lot of feedback that's pretty major.
But consistent, I think, you
Right.
know.
I mean,
Yeah.
we have that, but here's, anybody else have any extra thoughts that came up as we were talking? Nope? Okay, then thank you very much, and thank you guys for coming and giving your input too. And if you will all quietly exit, we still have to continue with the rest of the meeting, which is not as interesting at this part, but still we have to do it. You know what? We'll take a 5-minute break. Yes.
Yes.
provide proof as to why they're not.
Pushing for more information generally is something we're going.
So, the next thing on our agenda is
And
commissioners'
Melissa.
reports
And Melissa.
and comments. Oh, hi. Didn't see you back there. Commissioners, was there anybody go to a meeting? Yay.
So I watched it online. Me and Commissioner Samick switched for this February 12th meeting. So I took some notes. There wasn't. There was one thing that I thought was interesting in terms of our discussion. The VTA is proposing new transit system modifications. So they're trying to increase ridership routes, which are services to areas with higher ridership, and then decreasing coverage routes. So the routes in Los Altos don't seem to be affected, but a lot of the discussion was trying to accommodate Los Altos students. And there was one statistic, they said 42% of residents and 41% of jobs are located near frequent transit, and they'd like to increase those numbers. So they're looking to add over 200,000 residents and jobs near a frequent transit line. So I just thought in terms of our discussion, I think that as we're getting more projects, especially on El Camino, that are possibly going to be near a transit line, just to maybe be aware of it and to kind of maybe ask to see what they're doing in terms of having the residents, the future residents, especially the kind of studios or the one bedrooms or the low income or the BMR, just to see how they're tackling the transit. So I just thought that was interesting. I don't know.
I think transit is something that we really focus on because, as we pointed out many times, so a lot of towns have the train right in town. We have the train, but it's not here. But now that there's Lyft and other Uber services, the last mile is suddenly become possible. So you could be someone who commutes to San Francisco on Caltrain and take a Lyft with people that you get off the train with to get inboard to town. So I think that's something that might make a difference for smaller scale units to get a different kind of occupant in the town, particularly if we had more of the 2-bedroom, 1.5 bath or studios where you might be able to get your toe in, get your kids in the school district and go from there. Well, thank you for that. Any other reports and comments? I'm the next representative at City Council coming up next week, I believe. I'm aware of it. It's on my calendar. I will go. Potential future agenda items from anybody? Staff? Got anything good for us?
Nothing we've got coming up on the upcoming agenda. We do have a code amendment. We are looking at some updates to our design review and use permit processes. One to clarify and the role of the Complete Streets Commission as when that was created. The zoning code was never updated, so clarifying their role in their newer form from BPAC. And then also for study sessions, codifying the public notification requirement, and then along with some other improvements to the flow and improving consistency and looking at a few other tweaks to the process and the wording of those two sections to ensure there's no conflicts. So that code amendment will be coming up on your next meeting.
Well, and actually I noticed, so we have one item on the next meeting, and the meeting after that, we have one item. And I was surprised that we weren't consolidating. Now, I know the study session for Jeff Wormuth's building probably needed the time to be prepared, but I was surprised that that code amendment section wasn't, if we didn't get two items instead of having
Two one-item meetings.
Two one-item meetings.
Right. Though I wasn't sure that there might not be another item because
something is
something that
pending.
wasn't a public hearing thing that might be on the agenda that
So-
we're not aware of. But that would be a good suggestion if
So
it is.
if you could take a look at that, and also, I know sometimes you're unpleasantly surprised when application sort of falls through at the last minute, but I didn't get an inkling of that, and I think it's more efficient when we get all of us here, that if we could maybe do it in a more efficient manner. So, other than that, meeting's adjourned.